machine active, operating at some portion of its capacity. Supply chains continuing to form and flow. And someday, we will reach up and punch the sun. On the way to depleting some of the resources of this first planet. About time. And yes, we have been briefly and tentatively interstellar. The one tiny slow boat convoy occasionally delivering crystal and other crystal. Things to do, though. Always things to do. Yeah, we got drone production, we got Construction Mall 2.0 featuring drones. We are beginning to actively consume the colossal pillar of graphite. Always good to see. Got the capacity to produce more power things. And small quantities of green science exist. We had wrapped back around to needing more parts for making yellow. Yellow caught up. Red is now blue, is now purple. Right, purple. Purple had wrapped back around to being our current bottleneck for science, although it still entails that the science machine is flowing and operating as it should. So good on that. Gradually attach more equipment to the cloud so we can get things cleaned up. We are gradually getting closer to actually starting on building the skeleton of the big orb. And all of the astounding terror that that will entail. Getting to work. Going after the star. Settling at one of the important realities of the production chain. You will never have enough green motor. Need to go out there and devote multiple planets to the creation of green motor. Possibly. Who knows? Yeah, most of the remaining iron reserve in the system is on O4 anyway. That is in position to be furnished just fine, furnished out. Be converted to furnishings. Several supply trucks are typing. But I could have more. Alright, so vertical silos and rail projectors. Not enough magnetic coil. Due to not enough magnets. That's a relatively local problem. We can go and fix that. By getting airborne and going to O4. Install more furnace modules on the furnace planet. Bite into a couple of atoms. Take a moment to breathe. Build up a nice healthy charge. Then have a think about the throughput of interplanetary shuttles. Each of these has a capacity of 800 stuff. And I think it's on the tech screen that there's an actual breakdown of, yeah, every stat that's affected by upgrades. So... Logistics vessel navigate speed 1200 meters per second. At a warp speed of 0.1 light years per second. At current capability. For a rough consideration, I could just kind of eyeball how long it takes one of these shuttles to get from one planet to the other. Without having looked up the exact size of our video game astronomical unit. Iron plate, steel plate, copper plate. An entire station is devoted to just shipping magnets, and it is receiving an express belt of magnets. And steadily burning through a shipping crate backlog of magnets. You indeed just need to produce more. Because this port that only does magnets is under-engaged. Could hand it more material. Mean sauntering on out to here and creating a local drone-operated magnet furnace. Also me in going and cracking open the magnet, well, the furnace storage box that is on this planet somewhere, right? Cubes. Oh, I moved it to the other pole. The additional furnace maker is up here in the north. Get right to it. Time to get moving. Yeah, so 45 of these fellows can operate on and onto and off of a single belt of iron ore. But for now, that will just mean, many. Good news is that they do have plans for a blueprint system, and one of the ways they've planned in advance for that is actually every planet in the game right now is the same size. And it's going to remain that way so that the curvature of every planet is the same. feel it bodes well for the intended scope, perhaps, of the blueprint mechanics. Festive indeed. What it sounds like, if that is the factor that they need to consider, that potentially your blueprint copy and pasting would go so far as to let you grab the layout of an entire planet and duplicate it onto another planet. Incredible power. I'm also aware that at present there are mods that implement things like copying the sorting arms off of one building onto another. I prefer not to get entangled with mods while something is still under very active development. It just feels like it creates an extra level of hassle that isn't quite worth it when you're juggling the versioning of the product itself and all of the secondary parties who are probably doing good work, but still that's a layer of delay between new version drops, modders take the opportunity to see what has broken, modders get their chance to fix what's broken. Particularly as well, then, if if modders go about implementing one way of resolving a problem, and then the game itself eventually develops some kind of subtly different version, some other approach to resolving the same issue. No need to try to implement optimal uses of space in a given environment right now. Just looking for plus number by any means. Oop. You. On the grid. Okay, I'll immediately betray having installed that and that for the sake of sneaking in even more magnet roasters. slow cooked to perfection. This whole assembly, it's more throughput. It'll cover some portion of demand, present and future. Because it's been modularized onto the cloud. The exact, internal skeleton of the whole thing doesn't particularly matter. Ore goes in, rings come out. There's no explaining it. Getting blueprints and mass construction into this, though, are a very important part of ultimately the flow and health of the game, though. We're at a big picture level. The loop is engaging with one mechanic, becoming familiar with it, reaping the benefits of it, and then pushing it onto automation so you can start thinking about the next layer of the mechanics. You shovel up your first fistfuls of ore with your bare hands, and then you appreciate where ore comes from. And yes, this stopped, so But this belt, this stack. Yeah, then you start building things by hand to process until you have your assemblers, and then you start using assembler rigs for this tower. Move these copper plates over into here. Okay, I can't directly toss them in there. I'll need to install small buffer. Just release those back into the metal stream. But yeah, the ability to regress and automate and parallelize and so forth is what allows the sheer magnitude of the game to flourish. Without that, doing everything would take thousands of years and be, not particularly interesting. Inventing the layout of a module is fun. Iterating on and refining that layout is fun. Manually copying out the layout that you haven't updated. It can be relaxing in its own way, but it's not engaging. And that's why it's good to know that blueprints are a thing that are on the list. So doing that should help provide more magnets. Getting closer to being done with iron. I'm okay with keeping some furnaces in my pocket. They aren't taking up much space, they aren't causing any harm. They're just happy to be here. Getting closer to being able to banish all furnaces to the furnace planet. Water delivered by drones. Water with 4 directions. So I do have that small amount of structure being made and already being shipped over to the vicinity of the construction mall. Satellites. Need to add lenses and quantum chips to this area. Thinking about where is most convenient. Sneak some of these in. Two out of 3 ingredients for the rail projector. Oh, the structure also goes into particle colliders. Grid is hungry. Potentially all the more reason to start building the big orb. Steel and gears. Have steel here. Gears. It's fine. Just another temporary measure. Might be able to sneak this steel out of here. Let's see. No, it's too crowded with the grabbers. I'll need a fresh belt. Quick boost up. Then get out here and figure out where to park. Majestic. I suppose the way I'm going to install even more power into this setup is actually to finish the incinerators. Set up the garbage disposal ring. Alright, that alleviates things for a time. You don't mind that? Oh, I never attached this arm to the deuterium canister machine. Well. Doot. Fusion cells. They're an option. Didn't need nearly that many incinerators to finish up the, setup here. Shove these back into storage. doing my ongoing backlog of crude. Any day now. Alright, so now that things have had a chance to propagate, let's see how that's doing for the, let's use the graph tab here. Show me the last hour of in the Osiris system. Production of, let's get scrolling around here. Magnets. Alright, so there's our big spike in magnet production that we just created. Seems to have dropped back off a bit, probably because we've, filled the additional buffering that was created. It is facilitating greatly increased consumption. Which does sound about right. Yeah, that's creating knock-on effects where we're consuming more motors, more engines, more magnet rings. Pretty helpful chart. Yeah, we still have room for more of these. But now, let's see, where is the... Well, that's it. There's going to be like a permanent shortfall in green motor. Green motor is the key to everything. It is like the green chip in Factorio in terms of being both useful in its own right and then an ingredient in several other advanced things. It quickly multiplies up to being a big deal. Charts and graphs. Go forth, pillar of graphite. Fulfill your destiny. Yes, we have a supply of launchers for when it is time to resume launching sales. Which will be when it is time to install them into the frame. not making the, or am I making those, photon combiners? I don't think I'm making those. That's a very simple recipe, though. Glass and green chip. I can install a line of those over in the intermediate product zone. Yeah, these are only used for infrastructure right now, so I don't need terribly many of them. Not using any mods, no. Just base game. Snap into some pocket graphite for old time's sake. So, okay, there is a station here with an extra import slot. Use that to bring in the combiners, and then I will figure out how to convolute. Those are just for the ray receiver? Yeah. Around a little and be sure, although also, so those are also an ingredient for the solar sail. Array receiver plus some graphene make solar sails. Where I do have abundant graphene thanks to the fire ice. Though none of it is in the construction mall at this time. That just requires one more spot on a drone port. Could have sworn I had some being fed into the network somewhere. Yeah, because like I'm hauling it in from space. Have it laying around. Circle around to chemical factory. Where, alright, yeah, we got acid, we got organic crystal. Structural component, we have plastic. Have nanotube. The tubes are receiving their graphene from the network. Okay, yeah, we have nanotube, and we have this is the graphene line. Oh, it is backed up because there's too much hydrogen. We have too much exhaust. It's clogged. Okay. I need to do more hydrogen burning. Good to know. The treachery of atoms. There, that will help relieve the pressure. Some of it is sneaking its way over here, and that'll do. All the while providing the very valuable service of more distractions from actually increasing science throughput. Powerful X factor. Okay, get a little bit of solar sail creation going on. Oh, I also had graphite going to, this. Where again, the plan is to kind of skip over swarm satellites and just go directly to building the shell once we have the appropriate text to build the most shell. And in pursuit of that, all of these actually pop over into technology and stress system, plus 15-degree stress limit. That in the queue. Won't need that for a while. Won't need antimatter. Yeah, that's all stuff I can wait on out of just wanting to implement the infrastructure. I can go back to spinning my wheels, getting upgrades. Like universe scan. Or 6. Frame 8. Story 6. Yeah, there we go. There's a plan. Sails are getting made, rail projectors are getting made. Ray receivers are steel, silicon, excluders, processors, super rings. And a lot of the stuff that is currently here. This over there. That lets me sneak in another assembler right there. Yes, and then steel, silicon, and yeah, these are gradually sliding out of the way. Drive all of those together. Silicon plate is nowhere in this layout right now. Or no, it's over here, right, for the solar panels. Bring out a line of that. And just the excluders and somewhere to actually unload the machine into. And just tuck away all these various bits. Endless, manifold, laminate layers of barriers. In a sense, the sphere itself will be the largest barrier of all. It's humbling how quickly the pillar is processing. Furnaces really want that graphite. Can't get enough of it. The launch silos, space titanium structures, gravity lenses, quantum chips. All of those are on the grid. It's just a matter of bringing the ingredients in, appropriately mulching them together. Just 3 more ingredients means 1 more hive can facilitate that. I expect the chips are going to be the most difficult to acquire of these parts at the moment. Well, at the moment, some can be spared. Just scoot in here. We'll have our launch silos. How many of those am I making right now? There's processors. They're healthy. I've yet to locate any special oceans. There were none within current scanning range, but that's why I'm prioritizing getting Omniscan right after we have good bones. was making more quantum chips for something already. Oh, and we need Doot to fuel the delivery rockets for the frame. Alright. So that will serve as a hydrogen sink as well. That moment arrives. Love to see that. Still though, thinking. I was working on quantum chips as part of the science machine. Yeah, because those are, well, those are processors in broadband. Quantum chip itself doesn't go into that. What else was quantum chip for? Oh, it's directly part of a green cube. Which, yeah, that means I should have cloud-enabled production of them somewhere, because I am making green cube. That's all backed up and ready to go. In fact, have a modest surplus of chip. Weep. Because I implemented the whole crystal chain somewhere on this planet recently. Yeah, over here. Titanium glass, plain filters, Casimir crystals. Yes, the plain filters are holding up my ability to make more quantum chip, which is just a matter of more assemblers. Okay. Easy fix. Okay, not entirely easy fix. Largely easy fix. But wait, yeah, because I just need these to unload and I can put material into them from the back. Off we go. as always, larger logistic tools and more in-depth supply patterns are there to increase entropy. Titan chaos. Still thoroughly backlogged with crude.
Beep.
It's iron ore going outbound. Could just as well sever that. Collapse all that into a cube. Now this belt is out of my way. Twenty more refineries. Severed you all from the connection. Fix that up. But of course, with the concern that this releases even more hydrogen into my very hydrogen-logged system. It's fine. Just gets to become more doot. Eventually. Their argument to create the fractionator planet. Spin atoms for days. We already have multiple pillars of hydrogen. That was the old answer. Now, if we could take a large mass of hydrogen and assemble it into some kind of giant open air fusion reactor, then harness its power with a containment structure. It'll never work. Outlandish. It'll never fly. So for the time being, a few colossal pillars won't hurt. Pillar technology has come a long way. Maybe we can just make it tall enough that we never run out of space. Help compress these rocks a bit more. Bring them in. Some of these drills are nearly done. There we go. Get that nice and even down. And with a little opportunistic paving, we can continue to smooth out more and more of the planet. Got these boxes of fluid left behind over there. Get my hands on those. Okay, so they were water, sulfuric acid. Right, we can automate delivery. Graphite, you can snack on that. And then rocks and titanium. These I'll pick up. Right, this thing had never been built up to its full potential. Because of various obstacles that were in the way. Or no, it's out of iron now. It's out of iron because we finally have burned through most of the iron ore that lives on this planet. Yeah, now we're getting somewhere. Slide in here with a robot hive. Deliver the plates by drone. We exile all of these furnaces to the furnace planet. Another victory for organization. And then I could also have this demand silicon crystals. I can banish these furnaces as well. First of all, with the impressive buffer size that those had, let's just unload what's in there. Belt can resume just being a straight shot there. This whole portion of it no longer being necessary. And then there you go. Crystal cubes. Where is this ore going? This ore goes to the conveyor belt machine? Yes. Where I've been gradually chipping away at its backlog as well. Smuggle this iron down to the South Pole. Let it scuttle off to a whole new future on the Furnace planet. Furnaces belong. There are actually no iron ore belts going into this at the moment. Off you go. In this manner, we continue the fight to empty out the bin. Okay, good. All the water went somewhere. Or, wait, hold on. This is... Oh, there is also light oil in this crate. In you go, then. You'll love to see empty storage pillars. Alright then. So with that time that has passed, I will have built the ingredients for some most bare and basic Dyson infrastructure. Head over to the charging port at the construction mall, which is actually not a thing that exists. Or, wait, no, these four, yeah. Good enough. Out over here, we've got... I'm not standing close enough to actually click those boxes. Hate to see that. 10 launch sites, many rare collectors, many sail cannons. In that very preliminary baby lowercase m many way that we have these things. So, Dyson Sphere menu. Thinking about the shell, thinking about layer 1 of the shell. Show me a triangular grid. What are my tools here? I can place nodes. I can place either straight line or curved segments of the frame. Guess I have to start from the equator, regardless. Let's see here. I have a 15-degree limit. How far out I can put nodes. Out this far. I can do something like this to get started on the frame. Also install, faces.
You have finished the Dyson shell planning. Once nodes and frames are done construction, the Dyson shell will put solar sails to use automatically. Each solar sails provide one cell point, and you can click the shell to view the total number of cell points required.
Let's finish drawing this out all casual-like. And hopefully something will, give us more stress tolerance that we can actually get out further. For now, it does seem like this is as far as we can reach with our nodes, and that's fine. But that one made it much farther. the time being, let's create this initial equatorial ring that, yeah, why are these getting to go much wider? Peculiar. Let's break this down. Starting from here. The farther apart you manage to place your nodes, the more material efficient overall the entire shell is going to be. Want to minimize the number of bones. Maximize the flesh. This is how you construct a prison for stars. Alright, so there's my max length equatorial ring. Now, upgrade the stress system in order to hit higher latitudes. There, a tech for that. Oh, this is repeatable. Alright then. Smash on that. Give me all the layers. Give me all the numbers. Open up on it. Welcome. Waxing ground of prison architect in space. Okay, so these steps that I've done with these nodes represent as long of a horizontal step as I can make. Wanted triangles that got all the way onto that. I'd have to go up there. Which will happen after I have my next rank of stress improvement. That seems about right. I can start construction on the ring even if it's not going to have a usable surface yet. Actually, yeah, wait, hold on. Unless it's diminishing in value time that I do it. Alright, no, yeah, that should be, yeah, 6 total increments of that to go from 0 to 90. That gives us full power to blot out the sun. Grab a couple of these, couple of these. We'll create our initial, just preliminary, improvised material deploying setup. Grab a bunch of sails. And then let's see, the rockets need frames, deuterium, and quantum chips. Adventure awaits. I'm going to make multiple trips over the course of this. Let's go to Osiris 1 and build the pilot launch site. The planet's right there. It'll be a while before we're done cleaning the surface anyway. Plenty of opportunity to revise our layout. You're the ringleader. The power grid here is very healthy. And I haven't started importing anything to this planet yet. They'll be ready to start receiving all manner of things. Let's install some launch silos here in the polar latitudes. Didn't expect these to be so large.
You have built a vertical launching silo. Now you can use it to construct the main structure of the Dyson sphere. But before that, you need to enter the Dyson sphere panel to finish planning the Dyson sphere nodes and frames. After the plan is completed, the vertical launching silo will automatically launch small carrier rockets loaded with Dyson sphere components to build the nodes and frames. Each rocket provides one structure point, and you can use the
assemblers to build the
to
rockets.
master the required structure points.
So for now, I'll do the assembly of those back on Osiris 3, since that's where we have the equipment set up for it. I will just have the sails and the rockets delivered to the North Pole here. Always good to see someone break through. Okay, all right. These are arm loaded. Yes. Leave behind the launch silos. Then begin to install the artillery. Very important power generation tool, the cannon. Yeah, that's a fair portion of the way around. About half. Okay. There's room for more guns. Or do the cannons not contribute to... Well, the sphere doesn't exist yet, so maybe they're not allowed to target it until I've actually created layers for them to interact with. For now, I want that stress improvement. And I want to start shipping mini rockets. Make this happen. Got Doot, and I've got the various component pieces. Can make an outgoing port, sending trucks full of rockets from over here to over there. There's the moon, there's the moon. Graphite. It's what you need. Yeah, I've got to research strong enough space tape so that I can glue this whole thing together. Used up most of my on-hand concrete again. Working through this backlog. I'll resume making more of that someday. Yeah, over here in Construction Mall, where most of the parts for this exist already. Frames, chips, deuterium. Well, structure bits, chips, deuterium. Means I can use something like over here. I need to bring in the dude. There's quantum chip. Here is frames. The Doot maker is actually... It's somewhere not far from here. It's somewhere at this latitude. And I will also ship the sails. Or wait, sphere components are made of frames, solar sails, and processors. Hold on, there's another preliminary work layer that needs to be done. Okay, forget this. Fresh canvas. Heave another ocean. Get a nice, clean start. Make rocket. 2 of those every 6 seconds. They are themselves made every 8 seconds. I need like 3 of those. Alright, and so instead of buffering these solar sails in a cube, let us deliver them out on a belt. Where they will pop in here, get used for assembling spare parts, and then the additional ones will be sent directly off into space. Drone making machine is just over this way. So we got sails. Need processors and low density structure. Currently nestled in here, or available from any outlet on this. Processors also available from any outlet on this. Yes, both of those need to reach. Good stuff. Connections are formed. I just need to bring over chips and deuterium. As one should. Go to the deuterium fuel cell machine. No, that's the hydrogen fuel cell machine. I have no use for beyond it's an emergency snack bar. There's the dude bottler. Adventure awaits. Okay, power is low because I have successfully burned a lot of fuel. Healthy supply of air traffic going on. Okay, so with the deuterium fuel cells hooked up for delivery. There. Now I am making rockets. Once enough of those rockets have been piled up, they will be shipped over to Planet 1. Is over there right now. Plenty more panels left to install for local power generation.
Beep.
And we're a couple of minutes off of the stress system upgrade. So, got layer 1. Ongoing work in progress. How much stuff do you cost right now? $2,500 structure points with no readout on how much structure one rocket carries. After we got the system working, then we'll be building the frame wide as we can. Might want to just hand deliver that first rocket. Come on, where are you? As I get back, it will be ready to launch. We'll have reason to visit there again, just to deliver more siphons. Where are my tiny rocket children? Nice. So eventually I'll be doing the manufacturing of all my sphere parts on Planet 1. Alright. Let it begin. Shots fired. It has begun. Oh, and the structure bits do also provide a little bit of generation. Yeah, load these ends, they'll just be belted over. To the stars with ye. You can launch 5 rockets a minute. There they are. The first few pieces. Structure fragments going up. I don't believe any part of the shell decays once you are actually building the structure. This is the big permanent infrastructure investment. Looks like each individual rocket is like single-digit amount of structure. The orb is taking shape. Somehow that entire rocket fits in these tiny cubes. You'll love to see it. Thousands of years later, finally, the Dyson sphere is programming. A little bit at a time. And with that, we have the definitive material sink that the whole mess is oriented toward. The final destination of all bits to be incorporated into the structure. Getting entire megawatts from the the scraps of radiation hitting the structural pylons. And this whole process is now being held up by solar sails, of all things. Let's get some more of those going. There we go. Spin that up a little more. Yeah, and so beyond the eventual need to produce the Omni Cube, rockets per minute is kind of your overall big picture goal number to set at an arbitrary size and then just go for it. And so just let myself down to the charging station here, and so that research queue did successfully give me universe range scanning. Well, star cluster range scanning. So let's immediately get very exciting and ask, what's over here at this neutron star? Iron, copper, silicon, titanium, stone, coal, fire, ice, fractal silicon, optical grating crystal, unipole magnets, and water. At the neutron star. There are now so many stars to look at. Hey, local black hole. What do you got? Iron, copper, silicon, titanium, stone, coal, fire, ice, monopoles, and water. 15 million year old black hole. You are a baby. Alright, so let's see. Other stars that are nearby. You are home here on Osiris. We've been to Molofen. We know what Molofen is about. Capella, There's water, oceans, organic crystals, and oil. Sinosora has sulfuric acid oceans. Hello. You're how far away? 7 light years. Ocean of flavor. Let's look at some others. Alioth, not terribly interesting. How about Zeta? Zeta was inside our original range. Yeah, we looked at this. It doesn't have much going for it. Iota? Non-coal. Founding a system completely free of carbon. Hello. Theta? Go with the fractal silicon. Leonis. Also organic crystals. Just water oceans. Kimberite over on Idasic. Okay, so for the time being, you. Ready? This star. Note this, write this down. Sinosora. That's a destination. But for this minute, now that we have the increased stress radius, plot out how big of a triangle I can make. Right, there is a bit of eccentricity and curvature built into the orb here. That's fine. That's how it goes. And I don't mind having to chase the sphere as it carries on with its business. Here's just doing sphere things. Once I've drawn this whole layer, that will provide an impression of the real full bill of materials. Shocking. Okay, but does that mean I can, like, fill... Nope, that is too big a slice. Fortunate. We'll have to do some antics with the exact positioning of the nodes. probably just drop this one down a bit. That, you can reach that. And there we go. A slight protuberance. Go and do a similar deal far south as we can. And yeah, you have the option of changing which projection you want to be trying to draw on. I've seen screenshots of people just kind of freehanding, you know, various eccentric layouts onto the space as they see fit. But these nodes are too far apart. We'll have to correct this bit of wobble. Sure, then? Gotta find the sweet spot where these actually hook together properly. There. Oh, hold on. Stray node. Majestic. So now with that arrangement made, let's see how the guns and the silos report about what's going on. Going forward, you can just see the sphere components sitting there in space as they accumulate. Actually, just recently the case that a patch dropped doing a bunch of optimizations to how the sphere's geometry gets stored. Starting work on the sphere is one of the main things that suddenly greatly bloated the size of save files. They managed to cut down that effect a lot. Okay, so launcher, what do you make of that? 15,000 structure points, of which we have installed 70. Someday when this receives a shipment of rockets, or, you know, when we proceed immediately to building more rocket building equipment. Alright, so we've got a bunch of vertical silos here. And the silos don't seem to care about their ability to look upon the space. It might just be done. Because I'm skipping the swarm, I might not need the rail projectors for anything. We'll see once an actual section of the surface is done. It'll be a while before any of this even starts to look ready to go. Let's see how many launchers I can fit at this arbitrary latitude. Just all linked together, hand in hand. Where also because of, well, let's see, cannon arm reach far enough? No. And the belt get close enough because clearly some of this leg is... Okay, there we go. Good. Alright, so... see how many launchers I can fit in a ring at this latitude. And the magic begin to take shape. Very rude minerals getting in the way of construction. Come on. I'll let you get in the fridge. Okay, if the wiki confirms that the launchers are still used in sphere building, I'll believe that. I was pretty sure it was the case. You can build multiple spheres. Either multiple layers around a single planet, well, star, or going out and caging additional stars after you've got your first on lock. Nothing is stopping you. So let me pick up my line again for the ring. One over there. Going to have to destroy those rocks as well. And there. So this temporary arrival facility will just offload rockets onto Rocket Belt. Home of all silos. Home of the incredibly excessive number of silos. That I can now ambition to bring up to capacity. Whether the map generates with enough material in it to cage all of its stars is an interesting question. One to definitely look forward to investigating. Okay, so if one of those can launch 5 rockets a minute, fuel 0.08 rockets per second, or to flip that over, 12 seconds per rocket. Each of those, to begin thinking about all this in terms of the old ratios. Keeping in mind that that is the base speed, and I have double speed assemblers. So 4 silos can run off of 1 carrier rocket assembler. Just slide on up here to the big ring. Have this guy living here, hypothetically getting his material from somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then again. And so on and so forth. Our new, much more interesting supply chain to start thinking about instead of just, hey, how about more science cubes? Science cubes are happening and will continue to happen over time. That's not important. Anything can make cubes. Sphere, though. Now that is the shape of champions. Usual latitude shenanigans with loading and unloading of drone hives. You'll learn to deal. Let me go. I could just go and get more launchers, or alright, I will start by, like, modularizing out how much of the rest of this it takes to operate one of these guys. So, 222 per 6, meaning per 3. So to achieve 2/3 of a thing per second. On these, making 1/4 of a unit per second. Remember, gotta double everything. Two and 2/3. So for every 3 of these units, 8 Dyson Sphere component makers. I can step a layer back out here. Allow some arbitrary spacing. So you could try to build your setups for these assembly chains, you know, very compact in a nice little spatial module. You can do whatever you want. The universe is your canvas. So that's components. For deuterium, deuterium just also takes a base of 6 seconds. So 2 makers per unit up here. So for this 3 that I've started to set up, let me just go ahead and look at... Quantum chips are also made at 6-second intervals, so yeah, this grouping of 3 will hold up to make clean ratios for everything else. So 2-to-1 on fuel rod and 2-to-1 on quantum chip. And in the time I spend through crafting this out, our first shipment of rockets from the original planet might even finish and deliver. It will take a bit to accumulate enough of these to fill a tenth of a cargo truck for the standard settings. And then, yeah, 6 quantum ship. Oh, that 10% settings for local? Well, alright, so we're waiting for 1,000 rockets to buffer. Sounds good. Structure happens in 6s. And it is 3, 3, and 3. There. 3 to 1, 1 to 1, 1 to 1, 10 to 1 for the actual deuterium that has to go into this. And 2 to 1, 2 to 1 for the chip parts. Give this the power to directly export all of this off of the planet. There, go ahead and get power installed on these. They're going to sit here idling for quite some time. Getting them hooked up, though. Because there sure is a lot of additional manufacturing that needs to sprawl out from these points to proceed to supply all of this. And then some. For now, let's just cruise on back over there and set the delivery shuttle to not worry about it. And get to pass through the frame. All these pillars. Find the rocket station. You. Minimum load of vessels. %, as well. Let's get what rockets we have built out there into the world. And up here in the high polar latitudes where the sun is always visible because the seasons aren't that intense, let's just bite into that and get our share of the big wheel. the real solar power. And there are the shuttles launching out. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. The shipment hit the ring. And here they go. Extend. We begin to knit. It's hundreds of additional shuttle that have deployed now from the backlog. Let me grab more launch silos. Quantum chip is the bottleneck here on our own planet. We'll carry some ray receivers with me. It has begun. That big sphere energy. Wave after wave. Yeah, that's with a bunch of them sitting idle on the belt because it's not a full loop yet, even. Oh, and of course this creates a lot of power demand on the planet itself, which, hey, if only I had some way to capture vast quantities of energy and transmit them to locales. Alas, the crime is unsolvable unless... rocks out of the way. Oh. I don't need that ray receiver there. Leaving that out will let me go in from the sides of this and this. Yeah. Finally installed all the Tesla towers I had on hand. Wild. Requesting several watts from Big Orb, which is already at 28 megawatts. And we haven't even finished installing the foundations yet. Majestic. Resolve this. Let's create our temporary patch for the discontinuity in the ring here. Right. Not carrying any pocket fuel. Hubris. Very slowly limp my way over to a charging tower. The frequency at which we successfully deliver exotic material from the other star system. My production of quantum chips died off. I'm not making more plane filters. We got some shortfalls somewhere. we begin to extend the arms. Alright, so let's diagnose. Quantum chips, what's holding you up? The supply we do have of those is being made over in the science dimension. Plain filters don't have any titanium glass. I do not have regular glass. That's going to be because I'm not yet importing any regular glass from space. So, do that. Do have glass furnaces on the other planet. Now is their time. Go ahead and clean up this old yard a bit more. So how is my current science blend? Well, definitely, yeah, it's that green is offline because no chips. And we'll fix that as soon as the glass has time to propagate into the system. Healthy supply of dude. There we go, the plane filters are moving, the glass is moving. Several devices are typing. And we'll resume having our very small supply. Of rockets getting assembled. But the other stuff I can sort out. Grab another 10 of these. Another 20 of these. Head on down to the surface of the gas giant and install more bits. Where did I leave off? There they are. Have indeed come down here entirely on battery power. Getting ready to use a lot of hydrogen. Let me be sure that I actually circle back and finish placing these. Where are we now? Still mostly in the original system. Getting closer and closer to setting up real out-of-system operations. Because it has begun. Yeah, currently this is the gas giant that our home moon orbits. Pushing my luck, installing some more siphons. I'm left wondering if I can... It seems like there's no UI way to reach into the orbital collectors and just scoop out some fuel. So I should, with that in mind, probably bail right now. Rather than risk running out of battery on the surface. Now to go find the moon. Well, these things happen. Very slowly turn around under basic magic power. This is why you bring graphite. Moon's looking pretty handsome, though. It would be nice if you could get the logistics ships to directly interact with you. Do an emergency refuel. This time, for sure. Definitely got the angle. Nope. Help computer. How to litho breaking. Emergency power is there. We have tiny amounts of energy to work with. And the mechanism continues to churn along without us. Well, the gas giant has decided it wants to be the primary body I'm interacting with. So... now what? Is this a soft lock? Because I'm not carrying any edible material. it would be time to load an autosave unless I can, in fact, steal hydrogen out of the siphons. So I am still able to move on the surface here. Just with the problem of I am using all of my basic power on thrust. But I am able to progress toward the collector. There's one now. Could build a thing, but the only things I can build here are more collectors. Yeah, there's an illustration of how slowly we are moving. Oh. Oh. Time flows strangely here. Okay. Figured it out. Just right-clicking on that gives me the fuel, which then is enough to properly hover. Okay, we're alive. It's fine. Need to keep drinking individual atoms from these stations, of which there are many atoms, so okay, we're good. Nailed it. Tread water here until I have battery. Install the rest of the infrastructure now that I know I am in fact entirely safe. Thanks, Adams. Because the hydrogen taps are self-powered. They skim energy off of the hydrogen that they're collecting. Okay, lack of item. I have gathered all that I can. I drink enough of this hydrogen. I have a net gain of 1 megawatt while sitting here. Use that to have exactly enough sail power to get back off of this planet. Fire ice is also flammable. 4.8 megs and plus 40 versus 8 megs and plus 100. It burns slower but has more energy density per item. So for my purposes, worse fuel, because I just need enough raw wattage to get off the ground. And there, once I am back in space, there's the moon. We're fine. Problem solved. Celebratory paving. Got there. Good to know that's an option. How this would rate among the other big factory games. Well, for purposes of my comparison, Satisfactory I did not enjoy at all. I found it made very poor use of the concepts of an industry builder. It was built more like Subnautica on land than like Factorio in first person. My experience with it was that it seemed like actively opposed to the idea of scaling up your machinery. And that is actively opposed to like the core appeal of the genre. So, Satisfactory, none interest. Dyson? At this point, I would rate it slightly higher than Factorio. It's making extremely good use of its premise and using that to realize an experience that Factorio cannot deliver. Good times ensue. And I first picked up Factorio while it was itself under development and in early access. Dyson is doing an incredibly good job of standing on that foundation and reaching up from it. Beautiful. Another round of pruning the oceans. Wear them off, trim them away. And oceans only seem to run out if you actually, pave over the entire ocean surface, replacing it with land. Should be back to having intermittent green cube. Should really do something about the flaws in this oil refinery, which mostly it'll be solved by rotating at 90 degrees and running more of these instead of the longitudinal setup, which, yeah. All right. Furnaces, be gone from this planet. Oil refinery block looking okay. Oil consumption is keeping up with everything for now. Don't really... I'm not even holding oil refineries at the moment. But I could go ahead and take the problem children out of that stack. Redeploy them to over here. Make use of the box of oil. Continue to drink my hydrogen. Yes, those are just there to place hold right now and demonstrate where I'm putting that next column. Only 25,000 iron remains on the entire planet. Occasional green cube. Good to see it. Continue the slow organic refactoring process of pointing all the drills on the planet towards export points. Unraveling all the weird legacy bits of the science machinery. If you really want to, you can set fire to diamond. Slow burning, but high energy density. And good, we're getting the occasional launch. I guess they're going to focus on building the framework, and then once we have the perimeter of a panel in place, then we'll be allowed to launch at it. I can go finish powering up the other launchers now that I have more transmission towers. Getting close to the point where I'll have to scale up production of space warpers. With the intent of starting real interstellar prospecting. Launchers in action. We get the occasional shipment of rockets. Sand Planet has finally begun to fulfill its purpose of being the launch site for construction. It will become the construction site for launchables. Which also, let's see here, so 1 or you. Or where the next rocket assembler goes. And that's as many launchers as we have installed right now. Good stuff. Eyeballing it. Yeah, that's close to a quarter of this latitude accounted for with those first 3. Once we finish the full ring, if we even get that first quarter turn actually firing routinely, that'll be some big work. Let's visit the site. Let us see the deed being done. That one over there is the furthest along. That one is the closest to our current location. Let me just scoot on over directly at sun. Now that these exist, you should be... Nope, you don't collide with them. Not yet, at least. Maybe once you've finished a panel, you'll be allowed to stand on that. I was reasonably sure that you can stand on the sphere. As for the time being, it is not yet a sphere. Only a collection of belt. The triumph of occasional rocket launches. Yeah, let's give me the graph. Been a while since we made fresh drones. Over the last hour, 7 rockets a minute. Alright, let's focus that down to the last 10 minutes. 15 when the machine is running at the speed we are currently able. Which, yeah, that lines up. That makes sense. So with that, over time, we are able to run like 1.5 silos. Works out differently than that, since we have the latency and the elasticity that comes from the fact that we're sending a truckload of rockets over here at a time. That is the way we do it. Let me suss out more of this ratio. The fact that we're doing 2 components a second with this array means I need 6 on each of those. Which means a lot of framing material, constructors. Okay, let's think of it in machine count rather than in final parts per second, so I don't need to be constantly converting back and forth. Yeah, so I have 8 of these, so I'm doing 1. For which I need 6x3 frame material machines. Frame material only goes into this process over here. Nice mirages. We're getting here on the surface of the sand planet. Yeah, so a total of 18 of these. Or no, yeah, that might be the shock waves from the rockets as they go on their way. Tubes. I think to build the second sphere, we might have to relocate all of the launch facilities to the construction site. I think the stuff in a system only interacts with the local sphere. And the time it has taken to discuss that, let's look at how much more skeleton is going in. They do seem to be prioritizing this one a little bit. Good on them for it. Node 1.5 here.
Beep.
I'm actually low on assemblers. Back to the mall. Well, thanks, gravity. I have fuel. Sail mode could really use an autopilot. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I've got my angle. Step by step, the pillar is fulfilling its destiny. You can do a swarm. It involves just taking the sails that we're using and throwing them directly into space. They have a limited lifespan, though, when they're just free-floating on their own. It is a mid-game power option that I largely skipped over, out of just finding that surface power generation did enough. So, assembling machines. Frame is making admirable progress. I think I would let all of this belt finish construction before starting to draw up any more nodes, regardless of how long it takes to get the rest of the stress tech unlocked. There's 12 of the 18. Means if I just extend this arrangement out, 3 more machines. One over here. 2 over here. Very complicated task of attaching all of these arms. And that all fits under one power satellite umbrella. Then I need to contrive bringing in all of the input materials that belong to this. Titanium tubes and silicon. Where the space titanium also belongs up there. For the time being, I will continue to follow the principles I was hoping to use for planet management here. I don't even need to start opening more supply ports yet because I just have the one inbound. Alright. Demand space titanium. Get your cut of the harvest. And then a local logistics hut can scoot in here. There we go, so... Probably only going to get this partially hooked up. For the time being, but it is still work to get done. More demands for materials on the network. More activity for the smelter planet. Forgot to configure this station when I set it up to get stone off of this planet. On your way then. Continue to make my tubes on the chemical planet. Reinforced titanium there. Done there. space for 3, 3, and 3 built. Plot that out accordingly. Well, 3, 3, and 2. Toss down more distribution satellites. Very pleasant noises. Sound of rays. Continuing to extend the grip. I knew I had to put a charger closer to this work in progress. The next shipment is on its way. We've built almost 1/15 of the sphere's current structure this time. Not bad. No escape. We have you now. Lamp is surrounded. And yeah, so that is the arc from one node to the next. We can just finish these edges here, then we will have one of our surfaces. They work at their pace. You know, we're already delivering not insubstantial amounts of power, just from a partial skeleton. It's a good look. Yeah, that one bypass is enough to complete the ring. So all the rockets we are making are getting distributed out of the launch tubes. Right, and they each buffer many rockets anyway. Yeah. Next phase begins. So when we have one of those running at actually full speed, we'll be getting 20 rockets a minute per unit. So with just the 3 I have in there in this first array that I'm trying to supply for, that gives the old rocket per second. That'll be a good look. We have all these worlds to put to use. Do the thing. In the full light of day, you can't see it. But you know it's there. It has begun. Next time.